In this weight class of market animals, we're starting to see that size and scale come into play just a little bit. We're going to use the lighter colored La Mancha type goat. Really appreciate the levelness that goat has out over its tail head. Really just like that top line that this goat's got. Definitely the longest loin goat in the class between the two. Really, the second one, the red goat, just has a lot of bone about it. Really appreciate the amount of structure that goat has in those legs. Really gives us a lot of feel for how that goat's going to grow out. Really nice front shoulder on this red goat. Whenever we get back to the rear, I'd like to see that leg extended down or the muscle extended down, attached just a little deeper in comparison, like the lighter colored goat, just giving us a little more volume in that rear leg. But two nice goats, it's going to be really good for these 4-H'ers, either as a pet or on the carcass.
Darcy Deem, your first place exhibitor. Savannah Dowers in second.
In this heavier weight class of market goats, really a nice, attractive, eye-appealing goat, a goat that really catches your eye, not just because of the color pattern, but as that goat moves, you see the muscle expression in that rear leg. Really appreciate this goat for its overall length of body and the development that it's starting to show as it lays down some cover over those ribs and in that loin area. Thank you.
Darcy Deem, your first place exhibitor in Class 3. Now we'll show for your Grand Champion Dairy Goat Weather.
In your weather class here for the Dairy Goat Show, we're going to use the larger weather, just really the body shape, the body dimension, the overall length, and the cover today. Just can't get around that weather to place anything else above him. Really appreciate this goat for that chest floor development, good wide chest floor, carries that well through the rest of the body. For Reserve Champion, things get a little tighter between these two lighter weight goats. I really like both of them from their pattern style, but the goat that just gives me more length of body, more length of loin, is the goat right here in the middleweight goat, and it'll be your reserve grand champion.
Darcy Deem exhibits your grand champion and grand champion homegrown dairy goat wether and your reserve grand homegrown dairy goat wether. We're going to take just a couple minutes to grab a drink. We had to go and get another card for the camera, but we do need you to come get your weather pictures made. And we will start junior showmanship in just a couple minutes. Junior showmanship, those showmen 3rd to 5th grade. All right, we're ready for junior showmanship, those showmen 3rd to 5th grade.
Let's put our hands together and thank these junior showmen. You know, it's a tough thing not being able to see if these kids smile or not. And I'd really like to, because it gives me a little bit of an edge to try to determine if they're having a good time or if they're being forced to do something. But I'm going to assume they're all having a good time, or else they wouldn't have even come here. They could have done some other things and sent pictures in, and instead of showing up in the heat and all this. I really appreciate the amount of work all three of these young ladies have done with their goats to get them ready, not only grooming-wise, but working with them to get them to the point where they do walk in the ring. And yeah, a couple of times we have some problems and we have some jumping goats, but you know, that's just part of it. And part of it is the preparation of the goat and getting them into a show condition, and I really appreciate that as well. The one exhibitor out here, though, that just does an excellent job of getting those feet set and getting them in the right position and keeping them there is going to be your class winner, and it's the young lady right up here.
Shaylin McGuire is your junior showmanship champion. And she's welcome to come back for intermediate. Intermediate showman, grades 6 through 8. While the intermediates are coming in, I'll take time to thank all of our trophy and award sponsors. We appreciate their support. Without it, it would be almost impossible to run a 4-H program. Children's Dental Care, Country Critters 4-H, Donna Barton, Innaking Auto Body, Fanny Hill Farms, Bob and Sue Dixon, Farm Bureau Insurance, Adams and Shelby Township, Farm Credit Greensburg, Fred Glover, Friendship State Bank, Gene and Karen Kuntz, Glenn and Luann Minchofer, Hair Unlimited, Helena, Johnson and Monica Hanson family, Kevin's Field of Dreams, Linville Farms, McDonald's of Southeastern Indiana, Neal Funeral Home, Odyssey Full Service Salon, Roger and Donna Linville, Spear Family Show Pigs, Trackside Pizza, the Sherman Law Firm, Triple Crown Farms, Wagner Trust, and the Ripley County 4-H Corporation. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Again, if through the week you've enjoyed watching some of the live stream shows, Jacksonville live stream was here putting that on. Josh Pohl, Austin Hammond, Haley Wilhoit, and Darren Engelking. The second time I've messed up his name. And Trent Linville supplied us with our network so that we could do this with Airwave Networks LLC. So thank them for helping us with live stream this week.
Please join me in showing your appreciation for these two showmen. Ladies, very good job. Really appreciate the way that you've presented your animals out here in showmanship as well as in the rest of the classes today. That's the nice thing about judging showmanship at the end of the day rather than at the very beginning. You get to see how they've done throughout the day. I think this young lady's made a good progress as she's come from earlier on to this point in her show and really does do a nice job setting that goat up. I'd kind of like to, over here on the side, whenever we've got them, try to get that head set just by using that collar a little bit, if we possibly could, and not so much pulling it up like we would in a weather show. But both of them do a very nice job. They get those feet set up very correctly, very smoothly. I really appreciate that about them. The one that just has that head trained to really be up whenever they show out here, the young lady with this doe is going to be your winner in this class right here.
Haley Dowers is your intermediate showman champion. Next is senior showmanship, 8th to 12th grade. Just remember, if you're selling your dairy goat wether at auction, or you got the champions? You didn't get Darcy's yet? Okay. Make sure you get your picture taken back here at the picture area. If you're selling your wether at auction, we have to have your pictures.
Let's give these showmen a nice round of applause as well, please. As I look through these, I think we have a few differences in their show technique. We definitely have different types of goats out here. Kind of predominating why we did switch them around, I just wanted to see how they did. The darkest colored doe out here in the center has been out here in every one of these classes so far, and I think she's getting fed up. And I wanted to see how other showmen did, or another showman did, on setting her up in the ring and how they maneuvered. The young weather goat, once he gets it in his head he's not going, he's not. And then whenever the young lady slipped that halter or collar off of him, I thought she reacted very quickly, but very, very well in getting him caught, getting it back on. That goat's been around, or he'd have took off for the back pin or the back 40 before she got a hold of him, so that helped a little bit. But the one showman that really just moves around the ring the most smoothly, has an excellent pace for the goat that she's showing whenever she does show it, and really handled a goat that's got a little bit of an attitude about it because it didn't want to be out here for the third time around. The young lady at the front of the class is going to be your senior winner.
Darcy Deem is your senior showmanship champion. And our last class of this morning's Dairy Goat Show will be your expert showmanship. When this class is over, we will be back at 3 o'clock for pygmy goats and 5 o'clock for meat goats. We did have some virtual class goats. Those virtual class goats receiving blue ribbons. With a dairy goat doe, all other breeds was Kylie Weber. Savannah Weber with an all other breed yearling doe. Leah Weber with an all other breed 1 year to 2 years milking doe. Logan Sonnen with her a Nubian, and Caden Wheeler with a Nigerian dwarf. Those are our virtual blue ribbon class winners.
Well, it's been my sincere pleasure to judge your dairy goat show this year at your county fair. Really think you've got a lot of good quality goats, but a lot of good quality kids. Let's give this class of exhibitors out in the showmanship a nice round of applause, please. You know, I think we've got two showmen out here that are very, very similar, very, very qualified in their show technique and their ability to show these goats. I really wish today I could do some visiting with them just a little bit. I think we could really have some good conversation because I think both these young ladies really understand the animals they brought out as well as the other animals that are here in the barn as far as the dairy project is concerned. But the one showman today for me that really shows me that comfort level as she moves around the ring, whether it's with a big goat or a little goat, the young lady up at the front with the sauna is going to be your winner in this expert class.
Emily Bruner is your expert showmanship champion. We will be back at 3 for pygmy goats. Make sure you get your pictures made. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from the start of the Pygmy Goat Show. Your judge today is David Trotter from Marysville, Indiana, in Clark County. He's retired extension educator for agriculture. In his retirement, he's worked as a watershed improvement coordinator, a high school science teacher, and the executive secretary of the American Oxford Sheep Association. He and his wife, a former Debbie Blessing, who was a 10-year 4-H member here in Ripley County, have 2 daughters, both 10-year 4-H members and both Purdue grads. And they have 1 grandson who is 1.5. We'll be looking for Class 1 Junior Wethers, 1 year and under. Pygmy Goat Junior Wethers, 1 year and under.
Well, this first class of young wethers in your pygmy show is an interesting class, a little bit of differences out here. But as we analyze this class, we're starting out with the young lady's goat that's up here at the front of the line. Really just a stout-made goat, a goat that I appreciate for its pygmy characteristics throughout. Now, some of you saw me mouth these wether goats, and you probably wonder, well, what's the big deal about that? We know about mouthing them if they're does, but as far as pygmies are concerned, I know that a lot of times these pygmy wethers end up being pets. So they're going to be there for the long haul or long run, so we want to make sure they're free of any problems. And all these are good mouth goats that don't have any overbite or underbite, so we're really happy about that. But that's what I'm checking for. As I come down and I analyze this first place goat, it's the goat with the most bone, the most structural correctness, the good level top goat. The goat that follows it, the belted goat in second, is another one of those goats that just catches your eye whenever it comes into the ring. Maybe not quite the bone structure that first place goat's got, but definitely a long-bodied goat that we have to appreciate for that and the levelness out over that tail head. The goat that follows in third and the goat in fourth are two very similar style goats in their own right. The goat in third just being a little bit farther along in its development today than the goat in fourth. The goat down at the bottom of the class, I really appreciate this goat, but just a little finer bone, probably the finest bone goat in the class, longest bodied goat, definitely, but a goat that just doesn't quite have the development that these other goats ahead of it do today. A good class top to bottom, and most of you'll notice, if you've ever seen me judge before, I normally talk to each one of the kids and explain to them just exactly why they're where they're at. But today, with the COVID situation and the social distancing and some of the rules that have been placed on us, we're going to avoid that. We're going to do all of our microphone talk for you guys as well as for the people in the stands and back in the barn. So please pay attention. That's how we're going to do you. And same thing goes for showmanship. I won't be asking any questions individually in showmanship. So with that said, great class. Thank you very much, folks.
Your champion and reserve champion, Junior Weather, goes to Annika Struing. Your reserve champion and homegrown reserve champion is Shaylee Harrington. Third to Lila Struing, fourth Eva Struing, and fifth to Brody Lack. We got two classes of senior wethers.
In the senior weather class, I think we've got an excellent group of goats that are probably a year or maybe even a little older than that, but goats that I really appreciate for their style and the way they move around the ring. We're starting out with the black goat the young lady's got up at the front end. Really appreciate this goat for its overall thickness, the length of body that this goat has in comparison to the second place goat. Just a tad bit longer, really level top on both of these goats. The body length just gives me that capacity that I'm looking for to get him in that first spot hole. Second goat, as I said, very similar in its overall makeup and muscularity to that first place goat, just not quite the length of that loin area and the rest of the body to get him up any higher. The red or roan goat here, very attractive goat as he moves around the ring, really catches your eye. But I'd like the goat just to move just a little freer on those wheels. Just a little bit tight, a little bit wound up there in the front end primarily. So I'd like to just give it just a little bit more movement, but still a really thick, very muscular goat. The big tall goat here in the fourth hole is a goat that I do appreciate for the levelness of top line. Just a little bit finer boned about this goat in comparison to our first three. I'd like to just refine it just a little bit more. The goat that I've got in fifth is a goat that just has a little bit of a top line problem. I'd like to level that top line just a little bit more to get it to move a little higher in the class, bring that tail head levelness as well. Good class, ladies. Thank you very much.
Shaylee Harrington, your first place exhibitor. Eva Struing, second. Third, Annika Struing. Fourth, Gracie Krieger. And fifth, Ashton Ginling. We would like to thank the Jacksonville live stream team, Josh Pohl, Austin Hammond, and Haley Wilhoit, and their advisor, Darren Ingoking, and Trent Linville with Airwave Networks for working with us to get all of our shows live streamed. Let's give them a round of applause for their support.
Another interesting class of older wethers. We're going to use the young lady's wether up at the top of the line. One of the factors about this wether that I like the most is that amount of bone in the legs and the width that that goat stands. Just a really wide-based individual. Goat that's following him in the class is a goat that's a little shorter in that loin makeup, but still a wide-based goat. A goat a little finer in its bone features, but still a goat that we like about that levelness across the top line. The whiter or lighter colored goat here in third is a goat that you have to appreciate for its thickness all the way down the top line. A really wide-bodied goat, a little finer featured, not quite the width in that chest floor that our first two goats have in the class, but a really balanced type of individual. The goat there in the fourth spot is a goat that I'd like to just level out across the top line. Tends to be a little high-rumped, and a goat that's a little narrow in that front base as well as in the back base. But still, a goat that you've got to handle across the top and really appreciate the thickness that it's got, especially at the width of that loin. The goat that we have in the last position is by far not the last or the least of any of these. This goat, though, just gets a little outstyled whenever we compare him to the other goats in the class. A goat that's just a little narrower in the base. A goat that whenever we come down that top line, just a little more rigid in that top line today than the other goats in the class. But still a great goat for this young person. A goat that if we had a longest horn class, I'm sure would probably win that class as well. But 5 really nice goats. Thank you very much.
Your first place exhibitor, Delaney Bushform. Aston Ginling second, Lily Welch third, Brody Lack fourth, and Jocelyn Allen fifth. Now we'll bring back our top 2 goats in each class to show for your champion senior wether.
For your senior champion, I think we've got 4 excellent goats out here that are very similar in their overall design and pattern. Good wide fronted, wide rear, just extremely like a pygmy should be. We really appreciate that. Both the goats we have out here in this front line are just really wide based with a lot of bone. Really like that about both these goats, and I can't talk about the positivity of that enough. But as I analyze these 2 goats, the goat that just gives me a little more bone, just a little leveler top about him, the one that I just think has more eye appeal as we come out in the class, this goat right here will be your senior.
Shaylee Harrington exhibits your champion and champion homegrown senior wether.
For your reserve, I think things get just a tad bit tighter as we analyze these. But the goat that just gives me a little more width of base, a goat that just gives me a little wider top in there, the young lady in the red will have your reserve.
Delaney Bushorn exhibits your reserve champion and your reserve champion homegrown senior wether. Now we'll bring back our junior and our senior champions to show for your grand champion wether.
For your overall weather champion, I think things are pretty easy for me today as I analyze these 2 goats. The goat that's just farther along in its development, bigger in its size and scale for the age that it is today, is going to win this class as your overall champion. The senior champion will be your overall.
Shaylee Harrington is your grand champion exhibitor and your homegrown grand champion.
Both these goats, if you take aside the development and the age on them, both these goats are really wide-based individuals, a lot of bone to them, really a thick, massive goat in both cases. Really appreciate that about them. The goat, though, that gives me just a little bit straighter top line, a little bit more correct in that top line for me today is the younger goat, and it'll be your reserve.
Hanukkah Strewing exhibits your reserve grand champion and your reserve grand champion homegrown. This is a Class 1A intermediate junior does 3 to 6 months of age.
In this class of does, we're going to start out with the young lady's black doe up at the front. I just feel like this is the doe that puts the package together more correctly, more clearly for me today. Lets me see what she is as well as what her potential is going to be. Really appreciate the levelness that this doe's got over the top line and really like that wide base. The black and tan that's going to follow that, just a little narrower in her base makeup. A doe that I do appreciate for her size and scale out here, not getting overly sized whenever we start talking about pygmies, and I think all too often that can happen fairly quickly. At this young age, it's a little harder to tell, just what that size is going to be, but a really nice type of level top doe. The doe that's in third, I really think is an eye-appealing individual. Really think this doe's got a lot of potential down the road, but today, just developmentally, it's just a little behind the first two in the class. Do appreciate the levelness that goat shows me from the shoulder all the way back to the tail head. Really appreciate the width that it's got. The goat in fourth is a goat that I do appreciate for the amount of bone that he's got. She's really well balanced front to rear, just a little shorter made, maybe not the levelness that goat ahead of us has got, but a goat that's just a little younger, not as far along in its development as the first two goats in the class. Good class top to bottom. Thank you.
Shaylee Harrington, your first place exhibitor. Lucy Krieger, second. Third to Sierra Lack, and fourth to Colby Bushhorn.
interesting class here of these does. As we look down through those does and analyze them, we're going to start out with the salt and pepper doe. I really, really appreciate her for with the base. Really like that levelness across the top line. Just really, really a stout-made female. The little caramel doe that's going to follow her, very similar in that makeup, a little younger, not quite as far along in development today as compared to that doe that's up there at the very beginning, but still a doe that you've got to appreciate for the correctness that she comes out here in the class with. The doe that's there in third, just a little rougher featured, just not quite the levelness about that top line for us today. Maybe a little finer in her bone structure and maybe not just as wide as those first two, but still a nice doe that's still in that development and growing stage. You know, the doe here in the fourth spot is a doe that I think at this age is probably getting to that point where certain body features outgrow other body features. And her legs are outgrowing the rest of her body for a pygmy at this point. Now, if that all stops and she just keeps developing a wider base to her, she keeps growing into more of a pygmy style in the rest of that body, and those legs stay where they're at as a yearling, she'll be a pygmy. But right now today, she's one of those ugly ducklings, and she just doesn't quite fit with the rest of the class. Not taking anything away from her, but she's a beautiful bodied doe, good level top, but she just has problems, parts growing quicker than other parts today. So that's why she's down here. I do believe as a yearling, we'll see a totally different animal. Thank you.
And Delaney Bushhorn is your first place exhibitor. Lila Struing second. Gracie Krieger third. And Jacqueline Harrington in fourth. Sorry, that's Jaden Harrington.
As we analyze these for your champion, I really believe we've got goats out here as well as back in the back that have already shown that we're very, very good, very, very competitive, and I want to congratulate you on that. As I analyze these two first place goats out here and the nearest to me, I really appreciate them for the way their bodies are put together. Just a really thick-made type of goat, a goat that's truly the pygmy style and really developing along that line. But for me today, the goat that's just a little wider based, a little leveler topped is the salt and pepper doe. She'll be your winner in this division. To follow the pattern of that champion doe that we just used, we're going to use the other black doe, the one from the first place class. I really like the levelness about this goat, and as I bring this caramel doe out to match up with her, that's where I place her over the caramel doe, is that levelness of top line. She'll be your reserve.
Your first place exhibitor in your junior class is Delaney Bushhorn. Second goes to Shayla Harrington. Those will move on to your champion junior class. Next is senior junior doe, 6 to 9 months.
Two goats that are very, very, very similar, not just in the color pattern, because they definitely are that, They match up like they could be twins, and maybe they are. I noticed the numbers are in sequence, so I figured that, which is a rarity. The whole time we raised pygmy goats, very, very, very seldom did we ever have twins, and very, very, very seldom were those twins ever this closely marked to each other. Pygmies can be all kinds of colors, all kinds of markings, and by golly, most of the time, if you are lucky enough to have twins, they are nothing alike whenever they're marked. But these two are. Very, very similar goats, like I said. We're going to use the young man's goat over the young lady's goat. Just a little leveler top about this goat. I really appreciate the goats, both of them, for the thickness that they have, the width of that chest floor, but that levelness of top that the young man's goat possesses. This is why he's going to be first over the second place goat the young lady has. Good goats. Thank you very much. Very challenging.
Caden Weller is your first and second place exhibitor in that junior class. Advanced junior does 9 to 12 months is next.
Here's a young doe that I think could stand a lot of competition. Just really a well-made, very pretty, very up-headed, and it doesn't hurt a thing that this goat moves around the ring so freely and so easily. This young lady has obviously worked with this goat quite a bit. Very smooth in its movement, very easy movement, responds real well to her, but really a good level top goat, a goat that's still real fresh and real green in its growth and development right now, but a goat that you can see those potentials about it, really wide-chested, sufficient bone about this doe, very neat color pattern, just a nice doe in her own right. Thank you.
Emily Bruner, first place exhibitor with your advanced junior doe. Next, the junior unfreshened yearlings.
In this class, we're going to start out with the black doe, the doe that just really gives us a level approach as she moves around the ring, really smooth in that movement, but really level on that top line. Really appreciate the amount of bone that she possesses. The red doe just really does not want to be here, and she shows it. And as she shows it, she just wants to droop just a little bit. She just doesn't tend to be just up-fronted like I'd like to see her today. She has a little bit of a top-line issue going today, and that's probably because of the way she's fighting the lead. As we analyze her, though, and we put things together, she just made a little bit narrower in that chest floor as compared to the black doe. I will grant that she's a long-bodied doe, longer loin than our black doe, but a doe that I'd just like to give her just a little bit different in her attitude today. I think she'd show a lot better. Thank you.
Blake Belter, your first place exhibitor. Lucy Krieger in second. Next is class 5, 18 to 24 months.
Nice structured goat here that we've got in the singles class again. A goat that I really appreciate for the levelness from the shoulder back to that tail head. Really like this goat and the width of that chest floor as well.
Colby Bushhorn, your first place exhibitor. Now we're going to show for your junior champion doe.
Nice group of junior does out here as we analyze them for your overall champion. Really appreciate each one of them. And really, I think all of them are showing that development that they need to, as far as a pygmy goes, really have that stoutness about them, wide base, and just a different appearance than a lot of the other breeds of goats. 30 years ago, we probably didn't realize, all we knew was we had dairy goats and then all others. Kind of all the other goats kind of fell in together. Well, things have progressed, and we've got these pygmies. We've gotten extra dairy goat breeds. We've even gotten the meat goats, whether or not they were from the U.S., Spain, and the Spanish influences, or even the South African influences. So we've really changed a lot in the United States about how we view goats and how we classify goats in different groups. I think this group is just really a good example of the pygmies. Really, I've always appreciated the pygmies whenever we had them. They can be entertaining, as many of you have seen out here in the class. I think some of these kids have brought goats out that is just as calm as they could be in first class, come out a little later, and they're all over the place. And that's the way the pygmy is. They're really the clown of the goat breed, if you really want to put it mildly. And they just really do show it, but there is a good purpose for them. And not only as a pet, but also in production as well. And I think one goat out here, to me, just really stands out and really has that overall thickness for me, really stoutness as far as the width of base. The goat from the last class will be your junior champion.
Cody Bushhorn is your junior doe champion.
As we come for that reserve champion junior, there's two goats that just really stand out to me, and really the goats that I liked in class and really felt they had a long way that they could go. The youngest doe from the very first class, just really, really a nice doe. Got a lot of width about her. Maybe not got the growth yet compared to some of the other goats in her class or in the other classes, but a really nicely made goat. And then this roan goat. I really, really can't get past the eye appeal that this goat has. Good level top about this goat. Maybe not the same amount of bone as our grand champion, but really a truly good top about it. Really wide topped about this goat. Just really up-headed in its overall appearance. I'm going to use that goat for our reserve junior.
Emily Bruner is your reserve champion junior. We need to keep our homegrowns in to show for your homegrown champion and reserve champion.
For your junior homegrown champion, we're going to use the salt and pepper doe. I really liked her. I had her singled down to my third best in the other line, so she's going to be your champion. The one that was second to her in class will be your reserve.
Your homegrown champion is Delaney Bushhorn, and your reserve homegrown champion is Shaylee Harrington. Now we're showing your 2-year-olds.
Nice caramel doe, single entry in this class. Really do appreciate her for her overall width of body and that chest floor dimension that she has out here in the class. We'll see her again in just a little bit.
Eva Struin, your first place exhibitor, class 4. Now we're looking at our 3-year-olds.
interesting and challenging class for me out here. We have goats of different sizes and scales, kind of like apples and oranges, and maybe a pear or two thrown in. So we've got to analyze them for different traits and try to put a value on those to get where we placed them. This is where I've got them based on my value system, and some of you may have a little different view of them, but this is where I see them today for what they are. We're starting out with the young man's caramel doe up here on the front end, just the widest base, most bone of any of the does in the class. Sure, she's not the tallest doe in here, but she's the levelest top doe in here. The black doe that we're going to follow her with, a doe that's evident of production here recently or in the future, but just a really stout made type of doe. Maybe not quite the overall levelness across that top line that our first doe's got, but you've got to appreciate her for her bone and her thickness. The black and white belted doe that's here in third, really appreciate this doe whenever you get your hands on her. You look at her from a profile, she's just not quite the length that you don't think. She just doesn't quite match up with those other does. But once you get your hands on this doe, she's a really wide-topped individual, a doe that you've got to appreciate for the width in that chest floor as well. The caramel doe that I've got in second and the salt and pepper doe I've got down in fifth. Fourth and fifth are very, very similar in their overall makeup. I was going back for another handle until I looked at these two does just from a profile standpoint back at a distance, and I realized the caramel doe's just a tad bit longer in her loin. She's just a little bit different in her makeup. That's why she got put up there as opposed to the salt and pepper doe. Both these does get just a little outsized, if you will, out here in the class. They're just not quite the width in that chest floor or the bone dimension that the three ahead of them have. But to be quite honest, a good class from top to bottom. Thank you very much.
Blake Belter, your first place exhibitor. Delaney Bushhorn second. Sierra Lack third. Annika Struing fourth, and Eva Struing in the fifth. 4-year-olds is next.
In this class, we've got 2 does in the later stages of reproduction. Going to be kidding here probably in the next 60 days or less. Really appreciate both of them. We're going to use the gray doe here at first. I just like the profile that she gives us, a good level top to this doe. Really appreciate the width of both these does. Really good substance of bone. Really stand on a good set of feet and legs. I just like the levelness of that gray just a little bit more than I do the black. Taking nothing away from that black, I think she's a little farther along. And those of us that have seen those does and cows and even ewes in late stages of pregnancy are going to say that top line's not going to be as strong because she's supporting a little bit more weight down in that belly area. So we do appreciate both of them for their development and for the stages of reproduction that they're in. Thank you, ladies.
Shaylee Harrington, your first place exhibitor. Jaden Harrington, your second. Now we'll show 5 years and older.
In this class of older does, we're going to start out with the gray doe up here at the front end. A doe that I do appreciate for the levelness that she has across the top line. She's a little wider in that chest floor compared to the other 2 does in the class. The black doe follows that pattern kind of closely, kind of runs downhill just a tad for me today. A lot of bone on this doe. I really appreciate that about her, but I'd like to straighten that top line just a little bit. The doe that we've got in third is a doe that you've got to appreciate for her stage of production. Now, that being said, those of you that heard me in the dairy goat show know that I was heavy on that udder development and the fact that they were milking. On pygmy goats, it's a different story. The scorecard doesn't talk about that. It doesn't give that high points on that udder development in them. If it did, it would probably talk about the fact that this udder on this third place doe is lacking in that medial suspensory ligament, that ligament that divides that udder into 2 halves, and it's kind of breaking down. And we see that as they get a little older, they start breaking there. So that's why those teats are hanging so low, that udder hangs so low on them. And that's an indication that those kids that she's going to have may be having some problems nursing at this point because they're down on their knees trying to get to there. So that becomes a little bit of a problem whenever we start analyzing. Still, a doe that's very evident of her production stage and a producing doe, and we have to appreciate that about her. Good class, thank you.
Jocelyn Allen is your first place exhibitor, Colby Bushhorn second, and Lily Welch third. Now we'll show for your senior champion doe.
Whenever we get into our senior championship drive, we don't have quite the variation in body sizes that we did whenever we were showing for that junior champion. All these does are about the same stage because they're all about to the max of their development as far as their growth cycles. So that's the reason that we're seeing a lot of similarities in them, even though we're seeing some age differences, or we know there are. As I analyze these does, one doe just kind of sticks out to me. It stuck out to me in class. It just is a wide-based individual, a doe that I really appreciate for its balance. And by that I mean the width is balanced to its overall length and dimension of the rest of the body. This doe just really matches up, is really standard in its statement. Really like the amount of bone that this doe has. The salt and pepper doe right here will be your senior champion.
Shaylee Harrington exhibits your champion. As I talked in the class, that second place doe to our champion, really liked the doe. She's just a little weaker on that top line, probably due to the stage of reproduction that she's in. As we analyze her, we do like that width that she gives us across the top. Another doe in this class that gives me that width across the top, maybe just a little bit wider in her top line, maybe just a little wider or maybe a little more bone volume in those legs, is this Carmel doe. She's going to be your reserve. Blake Belter exhibits your reserve champion. If you're not homegrown, you're excused, and we'll show for your homegrown champion and reserve champion senior doe.
Feeling that top line issue is part of that reproduction, I'm going to use this doe right here for your homegrown.
Colby Bushhorn is your champion homegrown. And we don't need another one back. You can pick your reserve out of those two.
As we talked in class too, this older doe that the young man's got right here, again, another doe that has been around a while. That suspension ligaments may be breaking down just a little bit, but that other's not near as full as that first place in that previous class. But as we analyze these two, this caramel doe is just really attractive to me. She's going to be your reserve homegrown.
Eva Struing is your reserve homegrown champion. Now we'll bring back that junior and senior champion to show for your grand champion pygmy doe. Our grand and reserve grand champion weather exhibitors, if you want to come up to front of the stage, you can pick up your banners. Grand champion and homegrown grand champion and reserves, you can come pick up your banners.
Let's give all your pygmy goat exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think they've had a nice show. They brought out some excellent quality, and I really appreciate how they've done it in this show as well. For your grand champion doe today, we're going to use the senior doe. I just really appreciate this doe, have from the very start, really like that wide base that she possesses, and really, really like the way she just moves and has that stride around the ring. For reserve today, I think things get a little tougher. I analyzed these two does, and I like the caramel doe for the levelness that she's got across the top line. I like the bone that she's got. Looking at the junior doe, I really like the width that she has over that top. I like that chest floor that she's got. It sets back just a little bit into the body. She really has that up-headedness. The junior doe is going to be our reserve grand.
Colby Bushhorn's your reserve grand champion. And now we'll bring in our homegrown classes to show for your homegrown grand and reserve grand champion.
As we look at these two, or four, for our homegrown champion in reserve, I think we have some goats not only of age differences, but also a little bit of structural differences as well. As we pointed out earlier, the senior doe, a doe that maybe is just not quite the top line I've been looking for all day, but a doe that's very evident of production. We have to appreciate that about her. A little narrower in her makeup and a little finer in her bone. The junior county born and raised, really a nice individual, a lot of width, a good bone structure about this young doe. A doe that, again, quite young, a little bit deceiving on where she's going to be down the road. But I really believe she's the one that's going to have just a tremendous future ahead of her as far as a pygmy in the show ring. She'll be your homegrown champion.
Colby Bushhorn is your homegrown grand champion? Or is that Delaney's? That was Delaney's, okay. Delaney's your reserve grand champion.
For the reserve county born and raised, I think things get a little tighter. We bring this second place, or this reserve junior doe up here. A little finer bone than the one that we use for champion. It's really enjoying itself out in the ring. And that's where you see that what we called him earlier about being the clown of the show ring. But just really a nice made individual. Maybe not the straightness of line of that champion that we just used. I really do appreciate the production stage of this senior doe. I'm going to use the senior doe for your reserve.
Senior doe reserve grand champion, Colby Bushhorn. With the Weathers, if they have not picked up your banner, the Weather winners, please pick up your banner, grand and reserve grand champions. Next, we're looking for junior showmanship.
With just a single entry in your junior show, I really appreciate this showman. She's done a good job all evening. I really appreciate her attitude out here in the show ring. She's done a good job with a goat that probably didn't want to be out here, and she sure didn't lose her cool about it. Thank you.
Lila Strewing, your junior showmanship champion. Next, your intermediate showman, 6th to 8th grade. I take this opportunity to thank our trophy and banner sponsors for the Pygmy Goat Show: Busy Bees, Crum Trucking, Farm Bureau Insurance, Lafayette Township, Farm Credit Mid-America, FNC Bank, GEI Fluid Power, Hoosier Hills Regional Water, Jason and Monica Hansen family, Obermeyer Agri Group, Paget family, Roger and Donna Linville, Scott and Shelley Wiedemann family, and Twisted Creek Farms.
two good showmen out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please. I think the goats are trying to tell us something. They're trying to tell us it's time to be done, because here's two classes in a row we've had goats act up. But as far as analyzing these two intermediate showmen, I think both of them do a really nice job out here in the ring. Both of them get those feet set up. One of them maybe pays a little more attention to those feet than the other, but whenever you get ready to come and look at them, those feet are always set in a proper position. Really appreciate that about them. I really appreciate the way they move around the ring, but the thing that separates them is just keeping that head up, extended just a little bit, so we see a little bit of neck extending out from that body and that shoulder. The young man's going to win this class in a close class. Thank you.
Colby Bushhorn is your intermediate showmanship champion. Next is your senior 9 to 12th grade. If you're doing costume class and you're not in showmanship, you need to have your goats dressed. And if you're in showmanship, you need to have your stuff here at the arena ready to go.
please show your appreciation to these senior showmen. They've done a great job. You know, as we analyze the showmanship classes, I said earlier, and I mean it, I really appreciate doing showmanship at the end of the show because it gives me the opportunity to see how these kids actually show throughout the whole program and not just to start out with showmanship. Sometimes that really puts the kids at a disadvantage and definitely the judge. So being able to see them show throughout the show has helped me analyze just how they do. To me, I have 2 or 3 showmen out here that are my favorites because they really are attentive to their goat. They set the goat up very smoothly, but they're also attentive to where I'm at in the ring and what I'm looking for whenever I come to them and look at their goat. They stop all that fidgeting, they stop all that movement, and they take it where it's at, and they show that goat to the best of its ability. Those 2 just do a great, 2 or 3 do a great job, and it really makes it difficult to pick just one winner whenever we come down to it. But the one that just really has done great, not only in this class, but the rest of the classes today, has always brought their goats out, set them up very, very quickly, but very correctly, got them in a good position. The young lady right here in third is going to be your winner in this senior class.
Haley Sherrington is your senior showmanship winner. Costume class is next, so goats in costumes need to be up here now. We will give this expert showman just a couple minutes after this, and we'll finish our last class with costume class. Hey, Kenny Harmeyer. I see you're doing what we talked about. Do you want me to announce what we talked about? Are you sure?
Three very, very good goat showmen. They all do an excellent job. Really hard to distinguish between them to pick a winner. However, whenever I did do that first switch down here on this side, I asked them just to move in progress, and one of them made a move that I have always said that is very important, and that is to go to the far side, look at that goat, get a good idea of the profile before you take a hold of it. Whenever you're taking somebody else's goat, know what the strengths are, know what the weaknesses are of that goat, and then show it to its best ability. The one that did that is going to be your class winner, the young lady on the end. She's going to win your expert.
Shaylee Harrington is your expert showmanship winner. Last class, and we'll give the couple leaving the arena if they need to dress their goats, is costume class. At the conclusion of this class, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start meat goat classes after that 10-minute break. We have one presentation while they're dressing. Sierra Lack from Milan High School is a 10-year member in the Pygmy Goat, the graduating member. See, I like this when I read it because it kind of reminds me of my days. Sierra plans to attend Purdue University And here's what it says she's going to do. Sierra, is this what you're going to do? She's going to play intramural soccer and join the equestrian team. It doesn't say anything about studying anything. And I can relate to that when I was at Purdue. So, congratulations, Sierra. So my question for all of you that had to work from home, does that look like any of your work attire while you were working from home? How many of you watched this class come into the arena? These are truly goat kids, because half of them, as soon as you put clean pajamas on them, they peed in them. Any of you have that experience growing up? Or
Well, thank goodness I only have to pick one and not place them all the way down through here. I think these kids have done a great job. There's not too many of them that had come out in a costume class like this, and then we get all of them coming out. It's pretty amazing. I think pajamas was the main theme, Dave. I really do, and that's that work from home thing. I know this one goat right here maybe doesn't have pajamas. Looks like a basketball uniform, and he probably put on his COVID-19 like a lot of us did during that time. I know I put a little more weight on because I was home and not doing a whole lot, especially early on until the weather got nice. But I think they've all done an excellent job. But the goat for me that comes out and truly matches up with the theme of this year's pandemic is the goat that thought to wear a mask, and that'll be your costume winner.
Well, Lily Welch is your costume class winner. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start your meat goat classes.
Check, 1, 2.
Okay, we're getting ready to start our meat goat classes. So we have class 1 and class 2 would be making their way toward the show arena. David Trotter is from Maryville, Indiana, in Clark County. He's our judge tonight. He's retired extension educator for agriculture. When he's in his retirement, he's been a watershed improvement coordinator, high school ag science teacher, and executive secretary of the American Oxford Sheep Association. He and his wife, Debbie Blessing, who is from Ripley County and a 10-year 4-H member here, have 2 daughters. Both 10-year 4-H members and Purdue grads, and they have 1 grandson who is 1.5.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here this evening to judge your meat goat show. As I said earlier, whenever I did the dairy goats and then the pygmy goats, I'm doing things a little different. Some of you that have seen me judge before know I spend a lot of time talking to the kids and explaining why they're placed where they're at. But this year, because of some of the restrictions that's been put on us by not only local authorities but state authorities, I'm not going to do that, so I'm going to explain myself on the microphone. Normally the microphone's for mom and dad and the folks in the audience, but tonight it's for you guys too, so your explanations will be there. Also in showmanship this evening, I won't be talking to you as far as asking questions, so it'll be on skill as opposed to just skill and knowledge like we have in the past. And that, again, is due to some of the problems that we have trying to control this pandemic. We're going to start out the class, these young does, percentage does, with the doe that just gives me a little bit more volume as far as the bone that she's expressing out here in the class today. 2 very similar does that are very, very young. These are 0 to 3 month old and really, really young, just really haven't got to that growing stage, still just really babies. as we look at them. But that volume of bone in this first place doe is going to put her over the second place doe. Taking nothing away from that second place doe, really a nice level top about her already at this stage of development, but a doe that I'd like to have just a little bit more bone to get her up there with that other one. Two nice does for these 4-H'ers. Thank you.
Lance Snyder is your first place and second place exhibitor. Class 2 is percentage does 3 to 6 months.
In this class, a 3 to 6 month old, still in that percentage meat goat, I really like the doe that we're starting a class with. She's the doe that's got the most length of body. She's the doe with the most bone and volume of bone, both front and rear. I really like the way she expresses herself in muscularity, both at the shoulder and back at the hip. The doe that we've got in second follows that pattern fairly closely, maybe not quite as level across that top, but I surely appreciate the amount of bone and the width that she has in that chest floor. The doe that we've got here in third, a doe that I like, and I think she's real flashy whenever she comes out, just a little weaker in that top line, not quite as smooth as that juncture from the shoulder back to that hip. She drops just a little bit at the hip, but a doe that you do appreciate for that wide rear stance. The next doe is a doe that's probably the youngest doe in the class, a doe that just hasn't come into that growth stage yet. She just gets a little out-aged out here, even though it's a 3-month spread. 3 months to 6 months can make a heck of a lot of difference in these young does as they're growing. So she just gets out-horsed just a little bit in the class, but a good level top doe in her own right. Thank you.
Annika Struing, excuse me. Annika Struing is your first place exhibitor, Lila Struing second, third Brianna Sams, and fourth Brianna Sams. We'd like to thank Jacksonville Livestream team for live streaming all of our shows this year. Josh Pohl, Austin Hammond, Haley Wilhoit, Darren Engelking, and Trent Linville with Airwave Networks LLC. Give them a big round of applause for all the work they've done and the time they've been here to help us out.
Nice group of females right here in this class. We're starting out with the red doe, the most developed, the biggest bodied, the longest in the loin, longest back in that hip juncture of any of the does in this class. She wins this class fairly easily for me. But the second place doe is that youthful appearing doe that really got a lot of bone, a good wide chest, good level top about her, just a little smaller in her structure or development today as compared to that red doe ahead of her, probably a little bit younger in her age as well. The next doe in class, I think, follows the pattern of our second place doe very, very closely. I really appreciate this doe for her width over that top line. I like the amount of bone that she's showing me in those front legs. Really appreciate her from that standpoint. Just not quite the thickness up there toward that front end that we're seeing in that second place doe. The spotted doe right here, I really think she's an eye-appealing individual, a doe that you really have to notice as she moves around the ring, But whenever you get your hands on this doe, she just tends to be a little weak over that top of the shoulder. She's just not quite as wide as these 3 does ahead of her. I'd like to level her back over that tail head just a bit as well. The last doe in the class is by far not the least doe in the class. She's a good top doe, a doe that's very, very green in her appearance and very fresh in her appearance. She just gets a little outdeveloped out here in class today to get her above the others. Thank you.
Shaylee Volts is your first place exhibitor. Callan Wagner second. Wade Rohrig third. Nathan Voss fourth. And Nicholas Voss fifth.
I bet I know what a lot of people are thinking. A lot of people are probably thinking he has lost his mind. She is not the biggest goat in the class, and she is not. She just probably barely makes this class age-wise, to be quite honest. She probably could have made the other class very easily. But I'll tell you, this is the levelest, most correct doe in the class. She's got a good top line, clean in that chest floor, and wide in that stance. I really appreciate the greenness that this doe has, and I believe the future is bright here. The next doe in the class, probably the biggest, longest, biggest bodied doe in here. But as you come down that top line, we have a real hip dislocation or just a hip situation that I just can't get past. I'd like to see that thing leveled out and give us just a little bit more levelness, a little more correctness. This doe's got a real prominent front shoulder that she hasn't grown into yet. The red doe, shorter made than our doe in second, just not quite the overall length. But I do appreciate her for her thickness and that chest floor on her. The last doe in the class is a doe that just is a little narrow made, just not quite as heavy boned, not quite as heavy muscled as the three ahead of her. Thank you.
Cassidy Harmeyer, your first place exhibitor. Caden Weller, second. Third to Sophie Volts, and Lance Snyder in fourth. Now we'll show for your champion percentage doe.
For your junior champion out here, I really believe we have 4 or 6 individuals that are just exactly what we need to be looking for. We've got some width in that chest floor, muscularity, bone to them, and they still look like females. And I really appreciate that about them. The doe that just has this has this class 1 hands down for me today is the red doe right here. I just really have liked this doe. She's got a lot of bone, good level top, just a great doe to have to win this class.
Shaylee Volts will be your champion and your homegrown champion.
You know, I've talked about levelness of top line, and we bring a second place doe in from that class of winners, and you can't find much more level top line in a goat than this one right here. I really appreciate the bone that this goat's got. Taking nothing away from our other 2 class winners, really appreciated both of them, but this doe that was second to that class or champion will be your reserve.
Callan Wagner is your reserve champion. We need the homegrowns to stay in to show for your reserve champion homegrown.
for your homegrown, we're going to use this goat right here in the middle. Just a really nice top on that goat. A lot of bone about this goat. I really like that chest floor as well. For reserve, I think it gets a little tighter between our younger winner, the first class winner,
Hey, Dave.
and this red. Yes?
We already have our champion. That was the reserve, yes. So Wade Rohrig is your reserve champion homegrown. Next, we'll start our classes with percentage junior does 6 to 9 months of age.
in this group of does. We're going to start out with the doe the young man's got up on the front. Just the heaviest muscled doe in the class. Really appreciate the boldness in that front end on this doe. I would like to strengthen that top line just a tad, but this doe's got the most muscle, most expression of muscle of any in the class. The young doe here that we've got in second is the levelest top doe in the class. Really appreciate her from that standpoint. If I did anything to change her, I'd like to give her a little more bone structure, maybe a little thicker on the muscle, but still a good, clean female as we progress. The next doe in the class is kind of the doe that I had a little bit of problem with between her and the red doe. I like this doe except for that top line. I really need that top line to strengthen. This is a bolder shouldered doe in comparison to the red doe. I just put her up here in this spot thinking that I appreciate that shoulder. Hopefully she'll grow into that top line and level it out. The next doe, the red doe, as we talked, a little less muscle there, but a doe that tends to stand with a higher hip juncture than any of the others in the class. I'd like to level her out. She's a long doe, and I'll grant her that. But I'd like to give her just a little more muscle, a little leveler on the top line. The belted doe here, as we round out the class, just a little shorter in her overall makeup in comparison to the others. Definitely a flashy doe whenever she comes out in the ring. But I'd like to lengthen her out just a little bit more to get her to stand higher in this class. Thank you.
Nolan Harmeyer is your first place exhibitor. Second, Jack Struing. Third, Carly Hornberger. Fourth, Andrew Rennekamp, and Jack Struing in fifth.
In this class of does, we're going to start with the big red doe up here on the front end. I'd like to level her just a little bit from her shoulder back, but still, she's the biggest, longest doe in the class. She's got the most volume of muscle expression. She's the firmest handling, at least in that front quarter, that of any of the does in the class. The next doe, the young lady's got just a really massive type of individual, a doe that you do appreciate for the thickness that she's got. This doe, though, you get a little bit farther back on her, and that hind leg just doesn't have the volume, the deep depth of set that red doe had ahead of her. That's why she's there. The next doe is a real youthful appearing doe. She's in third because she's the widest chested of the remaining does in this class. I really appreciate this doe from that chest floor, and she carries herself back just excellently. The next doe is getting a little bit of a middle to her, maybe filling just a little bit, but a doe that you do like because she stands here on a good set of feet and legs. I'd like to level that doe just a little bit more, though, across that top line. I feel she breaks at the point of that shoulder just a bit, and she's got a little bit of a high hip to go with it. The doe in this spot here, the slick-sheared doe, a doe that's really good. What you see is what you get. She's a firm handling doe in that front shoulder, but she's the narrowest chested doe of the entire class. A doe that's just a little bit higher in that rump, and she carries herself just a little shallower in that leg set in comparison to the other does in the class. Thank you.
Grace Seringhouse, your first place exhibitor. Eva Struing second. Luke Seringhouse third. Tyler Kuntz fourth. And Kendall Harmeyer in fifth.
Interesting class of goats right here. There may be pieces and parts you'd like to take from each one of them to make that ideal goat. As we look through here, this goat that I'm starting the class with really is the levelest top goat I've got in the class, the most bone, both front and rear, the deepest set to that leg. This goat wins the class fairly easily. The red goat with the white socks is going to come in second. A nice goat in its own right. Not the width over that top that goat ahead of it's got. Not quite the cleanness in that chest floor or the depth of that rear leg, but a good goat in its own. The next goat's a goat that's a little hard to get a good handle on. I think it's one of the longest bodied goats, but whenever you get on it, this goat kind of hunches up and nothing happens to get him stretched back or get her stretched back out to get a better handle on her. So she falls into that third hole, but I think she's a good goat in her own right. The dapple goat right down here in fourth, a goat that's really attractive coming out in the ring, really pops whenever you see it. But whenever you get your hands on the goat, just a little shorter in that loin compared to the other three goats ahead of you. So that's why she's there in that spot. The next goat, the young man's got great grooming job on this goat, really wide chest on the goat. But the goat has a really, really high tail set and really sets high at that hip. And I'd like to level that out just a little bit to get her to stretch just a little further than what she is. I'd like to drop that leg down just a bit deeper to give her a little more volume there as well. Thank you.
Blake Miller, your first place exhibitor. Dakota Sams in second. Third, Andrew Rennekamp. Fourth, Kirsten Lures. And fifth, Blake Wagner. Now we'll show for your champion 6 to 9 month old percentage doe.
In this division, as we analyze these goats out here, this row toward me, the first place animals of those three previous classes, we really have some goats that's got a lot of width in those chest floors, good levelness across the top line, good firm handle whenever we come down through them and handle them and get a hold of them. The goat that's going to win this division for me today is the goat down here that came from that last class. Just really appreciate the style and symmetry of that goat in comparison to the rest of them out here in this lineup.
Blake Wagner is your champion exhibitor. For reserve, I think things get just a little bit tighter and tougher to decide and disseminate between
these goats, but the one that just gives me a little wider stance, a little wider in that chest floor, a little firmer to the touch and the handle, the young man's goat up here at the front end is going to be your reserve.
Nolan Harmeyer is your reserve champion. Now we'll show for your champion and reserve champion homegrown.
For your heavy, or for your county born and raised champion, we're going to use the goat that I feel is just a little wider in the chest floor, a little firmer to the touch, a little youthfuler in her appearance. The goat down here the young man's got will be your county born champion.
Dakota Sams is your homegrown champion.
Following that up, between these two, I really prefer this red goat over the little smaller maid goat right up here. The smaller maid goat's just a little narrower across that shoulder for me today. The red goat just gives me a little more complete package from front to end. We'll use her for reserve.
Grace Seringhouse is your reserve champion, homegrown.
We're starting out this class with the most youthful appearing doe in the class. Really appreciate her not only from that standpoint, but from being the widest chested, biggest boned, longest loin, thickest made doe in there as well. The doe that's following her is a big doe, a doe probably at that far end of the edge of that class limit, but still a big doe that you got to appreciate for the levelness that she's got in that wide chest floor. She just doesn't quite have the length of loin that doe ahead of her's got. The doe in third is a doe that I'd like to just give a little more strength to that top line. She has a tendency to break right past that shoulder. I'm not going to take away anything for that amount of bone that she's got, but whenever she breaks at that shoulder, we just have a little weaker top on her. The next doe is a good commercial type of doe, a doe that you've got to appreciate for a boldness in that front shoulder. But you get your hands on the doe, and she just shortens up a little bit more in the loin compared to the other three in the class. Not quite the depth of set of that rear leg that the others have as well.
Colby Bushhorn, your first place exhibitor. Nora Lynn Whitty, your second. Third to Colby Bushhorn, and Kane Nuring in fourth.
In this class of does, we're going to use the widest chested doe in the class, the doe that I really appreciate for her thickness that she carries back on a good level top line. Taking nothing away from this second place doe, very flashy, very showy doe, but this doe tends to stand really narrow in that front chest floor. I'd like to widen her out. I've looked at her several times and I really wanted to see her widened out, but she's not. I can't get her past this big doe in first. The next doe, I really appreciate her for just being a broody big doe. She's a long-bodied individual, maybe not quite the strength in that top line that our first two have, but a doe that you've got to appreciate for the way she moves around the ring, sets herself down. She just doesn't have that show ring appeal that the other two have out in the class. Thank you.
Your 12 to 16-month-old champion, Norlyn Whitty. Your reserve champion, Dakota Sams, and in third, Brianna Sams. Next, we have three classes of 16 to 20-month-olds.
Really nice class of does right here. some growth to these does, really have gotten pretty good size. The doe that we're going to start the class with, great big-footed doe, a doe that we really appreciate for her cleanness of that neck blending into the shoulder with some prominence there at the shoulder, carrying out really level. She's the biggest volumed hind saddled doe in the class. The next doe with a lot of hair on her, another big-footed doe. I really appreciate this doe for her cleanliness in that front chest floor. Just like our champion, our first place winner, she's a long-bodied, level top doe. Maybe not quite the hind saddle volume that we've got in that first doe, but a good doe in her own right. The next doe, as I talked in the earlier classes, I'd like to level this doe just a little bit at the point of that shoulder. She tends to break just a tad, and I'd like to get her just a little leveler there. But she's a real long-bodied doe. The doe here I've gotten forth, a doe that's a little cleaner made, a doe that's good and wide in her chest floor, just doesn't have the volume to her in that hind end and back in that loin area to get her up any higher. The young man's doe is very similar to the doe we just used in fourth, a doe that we do appreciate for the amount of bone. Maybe not quite the smoothness in that front shoulder as compared to the other does in the class, or at least that last doe in the class, but a good doe in her own right. Remember, these does are still growing. Thank you.
Gus Nurian is your first place exhibitor. Second, Shaylee Volts. Third, Sophie Volts. Fourth, Wade Rohrig. And fifth, Wade Rohrig.
In this class of does, we're going to start out the doe the young lady's got. I just like the picture that this doe paints for us. She's not extreme up in that front shoulder, but she's got a lot of prominence about it, good levelness to the top line, a long-bodied doe, a doe with a lot of capacity, a little more spring to that rear rib than the other does have got, giving us just an indication of capacity than that body. The doe in second is a doe that's awful hard to get a good picture of. She wants to dance around quite a bit, but I did get the idea that that doe's got a lot of prominence in that front shoulder, maybe to the excess, and I'd like to straighten her up just a little bit from that standpoint. I can't fault that doe for the muscularity that she's got in the hind quarter, but I do believe I'd like to clean that front shoulder just a tad. The next doe's got the shoulder I really like. Got some prominence, but not excessive, but she's got a little weakness to that top line. I'd like to level her out from the point of that shoulder back. But a good doe, a lot of bone to this doe. The next doe the young man's got is a doe that is a level doe, but a low doe that just kind of sticks her chest out forward just a tad bit too much for me. I'd like to just give her just a little bit of tuck back. I'd like the doe from the standpoint that she's got some hip muscle, but you come over the shoulder and she just tends to be the narrowest doe in the class at that point. Thank you.
Grace Saringhouse, your first place exhibitor. Kane Nuring second. Norlin Whitty third, and Luke Saringhouse in fourth.
We're going to start out the class with this big doe that's just got a lot of things going right for her. She's a big-footed doe, a doe with a lot of thickness, a lot of natural muscling. She carries herself out really well back, really wide in that chest floor. Taking nothing away from this spotted doe, this doe has got a lot of things that are great. She's a wide-chested, good level top doe, a doe that's just carrying just a little less muscle expression back in that hind end. Now, granted, this doe is really getting close to kidding. So there's a little bit of disadvantage that she's got to that show ring appearance, if you will, in comparison to that first doe. But a good doe in her own right. The doe here that we've got in third is a doe that I'd like to give just a little bit more straightness across that top line, but a doe that you really have to appreciate for being up-headed, maybe a little finer bone than our first two does, but a doe that's really thick in her makeup up in that front shoulder. The next doe in the class, just a little coarse and over the top of that shoulder. We feel that spine going down through there. She just hasn't grown to that point of competing with these others at this age. Thank you.
Spencer Clayton is your first place exhibitor. Second, Gus Nuring. Third, Jack Struing. And fourth, Brianna Sams. Now we'll show for your champion percentage doe, 16 to 20 months.
For your champion in this division or this age group, it's a really easy selection for me. We're using this doe right up here at the front of the line. Really, really like this doe. I like the foot to this doe. I like the way she patterns in that front shoulder. Firmest handling doe in the entire bunch right here.
Gus Nuring is your exhibitor of your champion.
To get to this reserve, it's just a little more difficult as we analyze these. I really feel that we've got two does in here that really exemplify the muscling that we're looking for, the straightness of line, the correctness of those feet and legs, and that good top in them. As we analyze those two, I really feel that one of them just excels just a tad bit more whenever we get into that chest floor and that width of chest floor, as well as that levelness out over the rump and that thickness of muscling in that hind quarter. The doe down here on the end will be your reserve.
Spencer Clayton is your reserve champion and your homegrown champion. Now we'll show for reserve homegrown.
For the reserve homegrown, I think things get a little tighter between these first two does. I really like both of them, but I like certain parts about both of them a little bit better than the other. I really like the cleanliness of shoulder and the prominence that that shoulder shows on this doe in the middle. I really like the fact that this doe in the second or up in the front just has a really thick set to that rear leg. That doe in the front is just a really massive in the bone structure that she's got. She really has a clean chest floor, but as today, as they're standing here for me, I really start looking at the length of loin in that second place doe. So I've got a precondary situation. I've got good parts about both, and I've got parts I'd like to change a little bit about both. But today, the doe that just kind of puts things together and just hollers, "Pick me," is this doe right here.
Shaylee Volts is your reserve champion homegrown. Next is your champion class of percentage does 24 to 36 months old. Hey, Rob.
4 really good does right here. We're going to start the class with the young lady's doe, a doe that I really appreciate for her overall width in that chest floor, a good level top to her, a lot of thickness, and a deep set to that leg. The doe in second's a little bit of a different type. She's a long-bodied doe, long loin doe, a doe that's got a lot of bone to her, maybe not the width in that chest floor that our first place doe's got, but a doe that's starting to get worn down just a little bit. And that's one of the problems we see whenever we start showing older does, is once they've kidded and they've been milked down, they start losing some of that cover that they might have had in those shoulder or loin regions. And she's still a good doe, and she's there because of that level top that she's got. The doe there in third, a doe that I appreciate for her stage of production that she's in, but a doe that tends to break right past that hip juncture and going down to that tail. I'd like to level her out, give her just a little more length and loin. I'm not going to take away from her from the fact that she's one of the bigger bone does in the class, and I do appreciate that about her. The doe here that we into class with is a doe, again, long loin to her, but a doe that breaks at that point back area from the hip to the tail. I'd like to level her out just a little bit, give her a little more width in that chest floor. But again, a very long loin doe, a good doe from that standpoint. Thank you.
Okay, first place in the class is Delaney Bushhorn. Second goes to Jack Strewing. Third to Kane Nuring. And rounding out is Lucy Krieger. Next up, we have Percentage Doe Senior, 36 months and older.
interesting class of older does here. We're going to start out with the doe the young man's got, really a very muscular type individual, a doe that has gone through production, and I really appreciate her for that muscle and that front shoulder and clean front chest floor that she has. The next two does are very similar in their makeup. The young lady in the pink has a doe that's just a little bit more refined in her overall appearance for me today. She's a little leveler in that top line, taking nothing away from the third place doe, probably the longer lowing doe of the entire class. I really appreciate that about her, but as we come back to that hip and tail head, she drops off just a little bit more for me. I'd like to level that out, widen her out in that rear stance. The next doe is a doe that I really like. I really like the bone about this doe, but whenever you get your hands on the doe, she just doesn't quite have the hind saddle volume that the does ahead of her in that class already have. The next doe in the class, the fifth doe, is the youngest doe, I would say, in the class. She hasn't gone through that production cycle, or if she did a long time ago, and she's put some weight back on. But this doe right here has a little bit of a tendency to be a little less muscled in that hind end than the other does in the class. Good doe in her own right, and if she's getting ready to kid, that's great, but she's just a little coarse over that front shoulder if that's the case for me today. The next doe that the young lady's got is a doe that's really long-bodied, but she's really coarse in the way she handles. She just really pulled a lot out of her having kids, milking those kids, and it's pulled her down quite a bit. She just really isn't in show condition today, but she's one of the longer-bodied does, maybe not quite as straight on that hip juncture, but really a good-bodied doe in her own right. Thank you.
Okay, first place goes to Ethan Hansen, second to Annika Stirring, third to Eva Stirring, fourth goes to Delaney Bushhorn, fifth to Gracie Krieger, and sixth to Annika Stirring. Your homegrown champion in that class would be Ethan Hansen, and the reserve would be Annika Stirring. Now we're ready for the champion percentage doe.
give it a nice round of applause for all these exhibitors with these does and the others back in the back. We've had a tremendous meat goat percentage show. Remember, we've still got purebreds yet to go, and we really have had a nice show out here with these percentages. You know, as I analyze these does, I'm really pleased with what I've got out here, and I look at them, and I really appreciate each and every one of them for certain facts. But that levelness of that top line, that boldness in that front shoulder, but not to the point that it's obtrusive, a good clean chest floor, and volume of that muscling. And I think we've got several out here that really fit that bill and really do things right for me. As I analyze them and I think about them, I always think about, well, if I was going to get 15 to 20 does, what one out here would I want all 15 or 20 of them to look like? Because I think it's real important that you get a bunch of them that look the same, so it's a little easier to pick that buck that you use on them. But if I was getting back started in the meat goat business and getting back in it, and the doe that I'd want to start that all off with, and if I could find more just like her, I'd like, it's this doe right here, and she'll be your champion.
Your champion is Gus Nuring.
Today, the doe that follows that pattern of our grand champion, it really gives me that thickness and overall appearance, and I think it's very close to her. Second place out of that class will be your reserve.
Spencer Clayton would be your reserve overall and your grand champion homegrown. Now we need to pick a reserve champion homegrown.
For your reserve champion homegrown, I don't do this very often, but I'm using this big production doe, the doe that has kidded. I have this real philosophy that does at that point ought to be home in the pasture and working for you, but this doe is just an excellent example of what these meat goats need to be. Thank you, young man.
Ethan Hansen would be the exhibitor of your reserve grand champion homegrown. Next up, we're moving into the full bloods. We need full blood junior does 3 to 6 months.
This young man's brought out a really nice doe right here. Good level top to this doe. Good level underline as well. I really appreciate the thickness and the muscularity about this doe, but she maintains a lot of femininity as she moves through the ring and as she stands there in position. Nice doe.
Ethan Hansen would be the exhibitor in that class. Next class would be full blood does junior 6 months old to under 9 months.
Nice class of does right here with just 2 in the class, but a little bit of differences in age, I would imagine. The doe we're going to start with just a little longer in her body, a little taller in her stature, a doe that you got to appreciate for the amount of bone that she's got. The doe in second, very youthful appearing individual, level top line. I can't criticize her for that. Really like her overall. She just gets a little outsized out here in this class today.
First place goes to Ethan Hansen, and Callie Cummer takes second in that class. Next up, We have full-blood does junior 16 to under 20 months of age.
Nice group of does right here in this class. We're going to start out with the longer bodied doe just with a little more length of loin, a little more thickness as she carries herself back into that hip. The doe in second is a doe that I really appreciate for the amount of width that she has in that chest floor, just not quite the length of loin that first one's got. The third doe, good level top doe, I really appreciate that about her. But a doe, whenever you get your hands on her, just doesn't quite have that leg volume in comparison to the other two does ahead of her, but a good long-bodied doe in her own right.
First place goes to Aubrey Neal, second to Ethan Hansen, and rounding out the class is Spencer Clayton. Next is Full Blood Does, seniors 36 years and older.
Another single class here. Good big production type doe. Really appreciate her for her length of loin. She handles really nice, good firm handle to her. She's got a chest floor that sets back really nicely into her body as well. Good doe.
This doe is exhibited by Ethan Hansen, so we need the homegrown. There would be 3 does that needs to come in the ring. All right, guess next up, I'm sorry, we got champion full-blood doe. Champion full-blood doe.
Today, the doe that just really puts things together very nicely for me. Good level top about her chest floor that sets back into that body cavity very nicely. Might be just a bit shorter in loin in comparison to some of the others, but you get your hand on it, that loin doesn't really disappoint you one bit. Really appreciate the muscularity in that big foot. This doe right here is going to be your grand champion.
Your grand champion goes to Ethan Hansen, and that will also be your homegrown grand champion.
As we analyze these for your reserve champion, it really comes down to two of them for me. I really like the red doe, the young doe up here on the front end. Really like the levelness that she possesses, and I think she has a big potential coming on. I like this doe right here that the young lady's got in the purple shirt. Really a nice made doe, a doe with a lot of thickness, a doe with a lot of potential, a doe that's getting ready to do something soon. And we really appreciate her. I like the way she stretches out in that loin. She's going to be your reserve.
Aubrey Neal will be your reserve grand champion, so we still need to pick a reserve homegrown.
As I said in that last class, it came down to her and the red doe. We're going to use that red doe. I think she's got a big potential.
And your reserve grand champion homegrown is exhibited by Ethan Hansen. Callie Cummer. No, they ate the red doe. That was not a homegrown. I'm sorry.
For your reserve homegrown, we're going to use the older doe, just a little longer in her makeup, very similar to the other doe, but just a little longer in her makeup, a little longer in that loin area. That's the one we'll use for reserve homegrown.
Okay, the exhibitor is Ethan Hansen. It is his 36-month and older doe. Now we're going into the grand champion meat doe overall. This is going to be the percentages and the full bloods.
Ripley County is to be congratulated on an excellent, excellent female show for your meat goats. Just a great bunch of kids and a great bunch of goats, and I do appreciate it. Today, as we analyze these, we see a pattern, or at least I do out here in our Grand Champion Drive, of levelness across the top line. We want a doe that's got some thickness about her in that front shoulder and prominence, but not to the point of excessiveness. We want a lot of muscularity. We want a big-footed doe, and I think we've got that out here. But the doe that stretches out and just really grabs your eye in this class is this percentage doe, and she's going to be your Grand Champion doe.
Your Grand Champion would go to Gus Nuring. Now we need a reserve Grand Champion.
For reserve champion, it gets a little closer for me because of comparisons. I really like this percentage doe. I think she's got a lot of length to her. I really would change her just a little bit on that top line. I like the doe, too, from the purebred class. Good level top about her, maybe not quite as long, but really a lot of bone and a good clean chest floor on that doe. She's going to be your reserve Grand Champion, the purebred.
Your reserve Grand Champion and your champion homegrown would be Ethan Hansen. So I need a reserve Grand Champion homegrown. We're bringing one more in.
For your reserve homegrown, we're going to use the age doe. Really like this doe out of the purebred class, just really like her overall way that she has held herself together through production cycles, taking nothing away from this young man's doe. Really a nice doe, just not quite the thickness, not quite the overall length of body that older doe has.
Your reserve Grand Champion homegrown goes to Ethan Nuring. Now we're going to move into the meat goat withers. Ethan Hansen, I'm sorry. We're going to the meat goat withers. As you get done in the wither class, please make your way back here to the banner to get pictures for the auction. So as you leave the arena in the meat goat wither class, make your way back to get your pictures, please. Are you ready, Judge? Okay, in the first class, we got lightweight class. We got 5 entries, and they range from 35 to 42.
This lightweight class of Weathers, or market goats, actually. We do have a ewe or doe out here in this class. But as we analyze these, we're going to start out with the longer made wether in here, a wether that's got a lot of potential, and I think that's how you have to judge this class as a potential class. This wether's the wider of the goats in the class, wider over that loin, just giving us an idea of what it could be. The red wether is a wether that I do appreciate for his overall length of loin, a wether that's just a little finer in his features as far as bone goes, so a wether that I would anticipate possibly not getting up to that weight and getting up to that thickness that we may see in that first place, but still a wether that you've got to appreciate for that loin dimension. The next wether in the class, I really like the wether, but he's just a little shorter made, not quite the length of loin, not quite the hooks to pins dimension either. So the wether just doesn't give me the dimension in that rear leg that I'm looking for that I've got in the other two. The black goat here just as a little shorter made, not as long as the three ahead of it. I'd like to give it some more length in that loin. Good clean chest floor, though, on this goat. The next goat's probably the youngest, least matured of the bunch, if you can call him matured. This one is just the one that handles the most like a baby yet. We've got a lot of growing yet to do. That's why it's down here. Nothing against the goat. It just doesn't have the development that the others have as a doe.
Lucy Krieger would be first place. Jack Stirling would be second. Third goes to Gracie Krieger. Fourth, Wyatt Smith. And fifth, Sarah Swinney. Next up, we got lightweight class 2. Weight range 45 to 52.
Again, another prospect class of goats that not ready yet to hang on the rail, but still some goats that's got some potential. We're going to start out with the goat that I feel has the most muscularity, handles the firmest to the touch of any of the goats in the class. No, not the longest loin. Definitely the widest loin in the class. Really like the way that leg sets and really like the volume of that rear leg. The next goat, the white goat the young man's got, could be just a little bit tougher over the top, but still a good straight top goat. A goat that I do appreciate for the width that it has on that loin. The black and white goat is my problem goat in the class. I really like this goat. I think this goat's got a lot of potential down the road until I got on that off side, or the side that's away from me. There's something going on with that goat, and I don't know what it is, and neither does the exhibitor. We'd like to get that straightened up, and as a potential or a potential finishing goat, a goat that's got a ways to go, and a prospect at that, we just don't know where to use that. Good level goat, good clean front end on the goat, a lot of muscularity, but until we can answer that question, we've got to put it about third. The next two goats in class are very similar. We're using the fourth goat over the fifth goat just on a levelness standpoint, just a little level from the shoulder back to the hooks. I do like the goat. I think it's got potential, but it's just a little thin for me today, as is the fifth goat. Tends to drop off right past that shoulder, but still two good goats with a lot of potential down the road as prospects today.
First place goes to Kendall Harmar, second to Andrew Rennekamp, third to Shaylee Harrington, fourth goes to Emily Knieven, and fifth to Isabella Knieven. Next class would be Class 3 of lightweights, 54 to 57 pounds.
This class doesn't have a bad goat in it. They're all really good goats. They've got a bright future. As prospect goats, I'm trying to just put them together in the order that I think they are today as far as finish goes, and that's why they're standing the way they are. We're starting out with the little gray type of goat up here in the front end. Really appreciate this goat for the most muscle in that rear leg, the most thickness across the loin, and the length of loin as well. The second place goat follows that pattern pretty closely whenever you can get a good handle on him whenever he's not up in the air. That goat's not got quite the leg dimension that our first place goat's got, but he does have a lot of length. The white goat here may be a little weaker on that top line than our first two, but still a long loin goat, a little narrow in that chest floor for me today. The last goat in the class, I really think has one of the brightest futures about it, but today it just handles a little coarse over the shoulder, handles a little coarse back in that hip area, and I'd like to just give it a little more cover in those areas to get it up any higher. Thank you.
First place goes to Lila String. Second to Wade Rohrig. Logan Sondland takes third, and Cassie Heiermeyer takes fourth. Next up, we got lightweight class 4, 57 to 59 pound.
Interesting class of lightweight lamb or goats here. I'm sorry. We're going to start out with the young man's goat. I just think puts things together really correctly out here in the ring. A long loin goat, a goat with some muscularity to that front shoulder and a really deep set to that leg. This goat right here in second, a little shorter in its overall loin length. That's why it's in second. Just doesn't quite have that length of loin that our first place animal has. The next goat in line, a goat that I appreciate for the levelness over that top line, good long loin. A goat, though, that whenever you get your hand on it, just lacks that leg volume. I'd like to have some more depth in that leg, more muscle in that leg in the rear. The next three goats are kind of a problem for me. These goats are just as green as they come. They're nowhere near the amount of cover that the others had, if you want to call that cover. These goats are just really bony. You can handle those bones. We're going to use the goat that has the longest loin, most correct set to that tail head, with more muscularity in the front shoulder than the other two. I appreciate that about the goat. I think the goat has some potential as it moves on down, as does the red goat here that I've got in the next spot. This goat is a little shorter in the loin makeup compared to the goat ahead of it, but a goat that you really have to appreciate in the muscularity and the expression in that front shoulder. I just like to see it have a little more volume and a little more expression in that rear leg. The next goat in the class falls off back there in that hip area just a little bit for me. And I'd like to just give it levelness back there, give it just a little more length and a little more width in that loin, but still a good clean fronted goat that ought to be a good prospect as we put some more weight on him.
First place goes to Brooks Hansen. Second to Ethan Hansen. Third goes to Brianna Sams. Fourth goes to Isabella Knieven. Fifth goes to Rachel Meyer. And sixth goes to Emily Knieven. Now we're ready for our lightweight champion.
For your champion lightweight, it's a pretty easy decision for me. We're going to use this heavier fourth class winner. Really appreciate that goat and really like the way that goat is put together.
That would be Brooks Hansen.
For reserve, it really come down to this gray goat and the second place goat in that heavier weight class. Both of them really nice goats. The gray goat just a little longer goat, but a goat today that's just a little softer to the touch, maybe not quite the volume in that hind saddle that our heavier weight second place animal has. We're going to use the second place heavier weight as your reserve.
Okay, your reserve champion is going to be Ethan Hansen, and he would be the homegrown champion. So we need a reserve homegrown.
For your reserve homegrown, we're going to use the little gray goat from the middle class. Really like that goat in class. Really think it's got a lot of potential as we go down the road.
Your reserve homegrown is shown by Lila String. The next class in the arena would be medium weight class 1, 62 to 64.
As we get into this middleweight group, we're going to start out with the goat that just got a really nice brace about him. He really can put a brace on and really does have that muscularity whenever you get your hands on him, especially in that loin and that leg. The goat that we're going to follow is the gray goat, the goat that I appreciate for his overall size and scale. I really like that cleanliness that he has in that front chest floor. A goat, though, that just doesn't quite handle to the firmness of touch that that first place goat does. The next goat in the class, next two goats in the class, very similar in their overall makeup. About the same on the length. Two goats that have a lot of things going for them in the future. But today, they just don't quite get there. We're going to use the black-headed goat over the little red-headed goat just simply because we have a little more length of loin in this black-headed goat in comparison to the redhead. Taking nothing away from either one of these, they just got out a little outsized out here, out-muscled, if you will, in this class.
First place exhibitor is Dakota Sam. Second is Caden Weiler. Third is Jack Strewing. And rounding out is Kirsten Lures. Medium class weight 2, 65 to 69.
4 very nice goats in this class. We really appreciate each and every one of them. I think each one of them bring a really nice thing to the table and let us evaluate. We're going to start out with the longest loin, widest top goat in the class. This goat sets the deepest leg, and I really appreciate the amount of bone that we're seeing. The next goat's just a little shorter in her makeup, or in his makeup, not quite the length of loin that first place goat's got, but we do appreciate the width of that loin on this goat. The next goat follows that pattern of our second place animal, just a little shorter in its overall makeup, a little softer to the touch whenever we get our hands on him. The next goat is a goat that's going to get to be quite large before he's done. This goat's a big frame goat. Got a lot of height, got a lot of bone. This goat's got a good length to it. Today it just has a very limited amount of cover in certain areas, giving us that kind of bony appearance or bony touch whenever we get our hands on it. Not saying anything critical about it. This goat's going to grow, but today just isn't its day.
First place goes to Callie Kummer. Second to Laura Moster. Third to Colby Bushhorn. And rounding out is Sarah Meyer. Next is medium weight class 3, 70 pound straight through.
In this class of medium weights, we're going to start out with the young ladies goat, a goat that I really appreciate whenever I get my hands on him, get down over the top and really get to handle that loin. It's a lot of length to the loin, a lot of width, really good set to that rear leg. The second place goat follows that pattern fairly closely until we get down to that length of loin. Just a tad bit shorter in that loin length, really a nice body and a nice build to this goat, but whenever we get a brace on him, he's just a little shorter in the couple. The dappled goat right here in third place, a goat that I appreciate for his size and scale, appreciate the width that he's got over that top, but whenever I analyze the goat, I'd like to strengthen that top line after that point of the shoulder. The black-headed goat, a goat that's just a little smaller in its overall structure today, a little rougher over that shoulder, just really hasn't started filling in quite yet. The next goat right here, the belted goat, really like this goat. It's hard to get a handle on the goat, though. I really haven't gotten to feel that goat to see just exactly what he is from any point and angle. I do believe the goat has a decent loin. I think it's got a good wide loin, maybe not as long a loin as some of the others in the class, but that set to that rear leg needs to be a little deeper.
First place went to Nora Lynn Wyatt. Second to Wade Rorig. Third to Emily Bruner. Fourth to Nolan Harmar. And rounding out the class is Jaden Harrington. Next class is class 4 medium weight, 70 to 71.
In this class, we're starting to get that muscularity, meeting that frame size, and really putting on the right amount of weight and cover as we progress up a little bit more. Really like this black-headed goat. good level top goat, a goat with a lot of length in that loin, good wide top, and a good set to that rear leg. Second place goat follows that pattern very closely, a little shorter in that loin in comparison to the first place goat. The goat in third, really like that length on this goat, but whenever we get to that hind leg, we really lack the volume that the first two goats have to get it up any higher. The next goat's got a goat that we've got some potential with down the road, but today that goat's just a little weaker in the top line, a little softer to the touch in comparison to the three goats ahead of it. Thank you.
First place goes to Tyler Kuntz, second to Luke Seringhouse, third to Grace Seringhouse, and rounding out the class is Brogan Buchanan. Now we are ready for our champion medium weights.
In your medium weight division, there's just one goat that just comes to the top for me. Really appreciate that goat and really appreciate the way he handles firm and tight. This goat from the heavier weight class will win this division.
Your champion will be Tyler Kuntz.
For reserve, we're going to use the second place from that heavyweight class. Really a very muscular animal, an animal that just matches up with that champion we just selected. Really appreciate him for his overall thickness back in that loin area. Thank you.
Your reserve champion medium weight is Luke Seringhouse. He will also be your champion homegrown medium weight. Now we need a reserve champion medium weight.
for your reserve county born and raised, we're going to use this goat right here in the middle. The young man's got. Really appreciate the goat for his overall length of loin.
Reserve homegrown goes to Wade Rorig. Next class in will be heavyweight class 1, 72 to 74.
This class, first class of heavies, we're going to start out with the young man's goat. Really like this goat from the standpoint of the touch that he's got. Just a real firm handle to this goat. Not a hard brace at all, but a goat that's got a nice firm handle, a good wide top, and a lot of length to that loin. We're going to follow it with the young man's goat. Very similar in that pattern. Maybe just a little weaker on the top, but still a goat that's got an extra long loin. A goat that I appreciate for the cleanliness in his chest floor, just not quite that width or depth to that rear leg that our first place goat has. The young lady's goat here, really a clean made type of goat, a goat that's very refined in its overall structure, but whenever you get your hands on that goat, you've got to appreciate it for its overall length and width in that loin area and a good clean chest floor. Just not quite the firmness of touch that the other goats in this class had. The young man's goat here that we round out the class with, a goat that's just really giving him a lot of fits, but a goat that I'd like to give just a little more volume in that rear leg, a little more volume in that rear, or in that loin width to get him to stand any higher. Like the chest floor on this goat, really sets back, really very clean, but just not quite that loin and that hind saddle measurement.
First place goes to Ethan Hansen, second to Nicholas Voss, third to Lindsey Meyer, and Brennan Miller rounds out the class. Heavyweight class 2, 75 to 80 pounds. 3 entries.
We're going to start this class out with the young ladies' doe. Just really appreciate this animal for its natural handle. Really a thick-made type of goat. I really appreciate the firmness of touch. Good top to this goat. Really like the set of that leg. The next goat, very similar in that pattern. Maybe not quite the length of loin or the depth, but another doe that just really does not disappoint whenever you get your hands on her. Just not that length that I'd like to see. The wether here that we round the class out with, a good goat in his own right. A goat, though, that's just not quite to that standard that those other 2 goats are today. I think this goat's going to take quite a bit more feed to get him up there to get the cover. But a good level top goat, a lot of loin length in that goat, just not quite the leg set that we'd like to see.
First place goes to Laura Monster, second to Wade Rorig, and third to Lila Miller. Coming in as Class 3 heavyweights, 80 to 82. And when you come out of the show arena, kids, make sure you come back and get your pictures taken for the auction.
Real nice class of heavies here. We're going to start out with the young lady's goat right up here at the front. Really, really like this goat. Really like the bone that this goat's got. Goat has a great front shoulder that carries itself right back into that rib and into the loin area. Really handles good and firm. A lot of thickness back there in that rear leg. The goat that follows it is a goat that's kind of similar in its pattern from the standpoint of firmness of touch, but just not quite that length of loin or that depth of that set of that rear leg. The next goat, I really like the overall length of this goat. I think this goat's probably one of the longer loin goats in the class, but whenever you get your hands back there in that hind saddle area, especially in the depth of that rear leg, we just need a little more volume to go with the rest of that body to get him to stand a little higher in the class. The next goat's just a little bit shorter in its overall makeup than the other goats in the class. Not quite the length of loin, drops just a little bit from hooks to pins. Like to level that up, because if we could level it up, it would give us a little more volume back there in that hind leg. But a good goat in its own right as it finishes out.
First place goes to Aubrey Neal, second to Spencer Clayton, third to Eves Struring, and fourth goes to Carly Hornberger. Next up is heavyweight class 4, 84 to 88 pounds.
As we get into these heavier weights, things get a little tighter as we start analyzing these goats. The young lady's goat that we're going to start this class with is just the most complete goat in the class.